Good morning, everyone. So, bit of a false alarm, not on our end, but we were told that Judge Boyce was going to go over some procedural matters. Of course, we have not reached a verdict yet at all, but now we're told that this is actually a closed hearing. So, these proceedings won't be live streamed. And that's just what it is right now. I'm Justin Lum with Fox 10 Phoenix. Yeah, we are just waiting to see what goes on right now. Verdict watch underway. Jury deliberating now on really the first full day of deliberations. Last night, it was about a couple of hours of deliberation after closing arguments wrapped up. A long day. By the time closing arguments were done, I want to say it was about 3:30 Pacific time, 4:30 in Boise, Idaho. So yeah, everyone's just kind of in hurry up and wait mode. I've got like this little bit of stress in my neck, got this paranoia. We are feeling it. You're literally feeling it, waiting to see if this jury of 12 has a verdict. Again, 17 jurors in total sequestered. But 5 of them are alternates sequestered for the night and then came back early this morning to deliberate. But right now, according to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, the jurors were being brought in. I don't know if there's an issue or question, but then everyone from the public that was in the courtroom had to be kicked out, basically. So not sure what is being talked about or discussed right now, but definitely people on pins and needles, maybe thinking, are we closer to a verdict? Why is the judge coming on with his live stream? But that is the case. Just want to go over all the charges here, working with some new graphics, and hopefully you guys can see these. But I think this gives us a snapshot and picture of what is on the line here today. Bear with me for just a second. For Chad Daybell, as he faces several charges against him. You see it there on your screen right now. Thanks to our Fox Hub for working on these so quickly and getting us these graphics for any of the scenarios that we could be facing in the near future. Not sure when the jury will come to deliberations to be concluded. But for Chad Daybell, a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception in the death of Tylee Ryan, 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, the daughter of Lori Vallow, Chad's wife and co-defendant, Doomsday Mom, convicted last year in her own case. And then we have the second, first-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. So the conspiracy part is, the plot, the allegations about the plot and scheme to plan Tylee's death. Then you have a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for J.J. Vallow's death. 7-year-old J.J. Vallow, Lori Vallow's adopted son who had special needs, lived with autism. First-degree murder charge for J.J. Vallow. If you remember just, a couple weeks ago, we had a little bit of an issue with the clerical error on the amended indictment regarding J.J. Vallow's death. In murder, specifically to the dates where the allegations of the crimes happened, the time frame. It had the same, basically a copy and paste of the dates connected to Tylee Ryan's murder, September 8th and September 9th in that time frame. But that's been clarified and I guess fixed. The jury should understand the correct dates. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife of nearly 30 years, first-degree murder in the death of Tammy Daybell, and then insurance fraud. Actually, it's 2 counts of insurance fraud because, as you guys know, following this case, there were 2 life insurance policies in her name, and Chad Daybell made $430,000 after her sudden death in October of 2019. All right. So yeah, this is going to be quite a wait here. Quite a wait. Just because we don't know when exactly a verdict could be reached. And the clues that we're getting here with a closed hearing, definitely this is very complex, being a capital case. and the jury is not in any rush. But of course, we don't have an estimate on how long this could take. Could it go into tomorrow? Could it go into next week? But jury deliberations have now been underway for a few hours if you count the total. We have heard from 67 witnesses called on by the state. I like the list that Nate Eaton posted today. Basically what we've been talking about throughout this coverage, throughout trial. 67 witnesses called by the state, some of them being recalls. And then you had, as far as defense witnesses, 11 witnesses testifying, not necessarily on behalf of Chad Daybell, most of them, but some of them were expert witnesses, one of them being a detective with Rexburg Police. But really, the kids, the adult children of Chad Daybell, really testifying on his behalf and trying to help his case. And then rebuttal witnesses, we had 6 of them that the state used to counter those arguments or testimonies made by the defense's witnesses. So really, if you count it all up, 67 plus 11 plus 6, that is 78 plus 84 testimonies, not including recalls or additional testimonies. It has been about 9 weeks of trial. Quite an ordeal, quite a marathon for this group of 18 jurors at one point after the Memorial Day weekend. Curiously, I'd like to know, but what happened to the one of the jurors didn't come back. Not sure what happened there, but 17 now sequestered. I am multitasking here, waiting on emails to see if we get anything from the court's administration saying that a verdict has been reached. I'm literally texting with Nate right now, who's waiting in a hallway to see what he's hearing, what he's seeing. But, of course, everybody was ready and on pins and needles, being that people were allowed in the courtroom. And at first told that there was going to be a hearing, some sort of procedural matter that Judge Boyce was going to go on record. All of a sudden that changed, and now it's a closed hearing that's happening right now. And there are family members of Tammy Daybell that are there. Obviously, you have Larry Woodcock there, the grandfather of J.J. Vallow. So when you have family members there, you say everyone's just ready to go and just waiting to see if the verdict has been reached. Any questions right now? Thank you to 500 of you watching, and really nothing is going on except verdict watch. So I appreciate you guys tuning in right now to our live stream. Really, this is day 32, but the continuance of jury deliberations. How you all doing? Where are you guys watching from? Obviously, we're on different time zones. It is 9:30 a.m. Pacific time here. Lita asked, Justin, do you know if Lori is watching this? I don't believe that she has access to an electronic device with internet. I don't think she's watching. And what really, we have no stream up. Judge Boyce's channel basically has a recess slate. I don't think that she's been watching trial. Maybe somehow, I don't know how, would she get access to the news? Maybe in the jail, she be watching the local TV news. So she could be watching us. She could be watching multiple stations that she could kind of get a recap. I don't know if she's been able to see everything unfold as far as witness testimonies. But on the local news, you get some sound bites and some clips and recaps and things like that. The graphics, I like the graphics. And we've got graphics ready to go for what happens. Are we going to have a guilty verdict? Are we going to have a not guilty verdict? Just making sure we are prepared when this verdict is reached. Lee also asking, do you think it might be a jury question? Very well could be. They got 41 very specific jury instructions. And so if they've got a question, attorneys are already ready to go. Counsel ready. Court staff ready. As far as Lori Vallow's trial here in Arizona, at last check, August 1st is the date coming up for her murder conspiracy trial. in the death of Charles Vallow and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I'm going to do one more check right now to see if there's any update. And I usually check like almost every day to see what's going on with her case. Now, there is a hearing on June 5th. June 5th, there is a hearing for her, but she has waived her appearance, so she won't be there. It's a complex case management type hearing because it is a complex case. She has a new public defender on that, so they will give us an update or give the court an update, the judge, about what's going on with that. Will they need more time? We'll find out June 5th, and we plan to cover that. Nothing on her docket, nothing on her case that I see as an update. Nate just said, too much happening. Yeah, nothing happening. Have no clue what's happening. I asked Nate if he wanted to come on and just chat with us, but I think he's like, really, let's just take a beat, right? We kind of came into this morning like, all right, this is going to take some time. Jury came in at 8 o'clock in Boise, Idaho, early in the morning to start deliberation. So you're thinking this could take some hours at the least. All of a sudden, Judge Boyce wants to have a hearing. I mean, it really is hurry up and wait. You can kind of feel that stress. So imagine being in the courthouse. People are just ready to go. You guys, we are going to stay on our verdict watch as long as possible. I don't have any guests lined up, but I just wanted to fill you guys in because we had started the live stream and all of you guys were waiting patiently. But I would say go about your day, do what you have to do, but make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel and you're getting notifications on what's going on. But really, this closed hearing seems like it's still happening as people at the courthouse are still in the hallway just waiting around. And then I would think that the jurors would return to their room and then continue those deliberations. Yeah, Allison, so we had 18 jurors there every day, and then this week, coming back after the Memorial Day weekend, there was 17. So one didn't come back, and I'm not sure why. And then when the lottery came after closing arguments, 5 were named as alternates, and then 12 are in the final jury. So that final jury is now in deliberations. The 5 alternates are ready to go. I don't think they're part of those deliberations at all. They're just ready to be called on in case anything happens. So that is the case there. Let's take you back to what's at stake here. Sorry, still getting used to these graphics here. Chad Daybell, if found guilty of these charges, could face a death penalty, and that would be a whole nother chapter here with the death penalty if found guilty of murder. The guilt phase of a capital punishment trial. When a jury decides if a defendant is guilty or innocent, if found guilty, the trial moves to the penalty phase, where the jury gets more information and then decides if Chad will be executed. When that would happen, it's hard to tell. Every state's different, how they handle executions and the death penalty. But yeah, we thought we were near the end. This is a long marathon of a trial. And again, if found guilty of these charges, specifically murder, then that's what would happen next, which would be more witnesses and information for the jury. And this jury's been through it. Compared to last year, more than that jury for the Lori Vallow trial, because Lori Vallow wasn't facing the death penalty. So, as you guys can see there, 3 conspiracy to commit murder charges and 3 first-degree murder charges in the deaths of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. As you all know, Tammy Daybell died of asphyxia. It is a homicide, according to medical examiners. She was found dead in her bedroom October 19th, 2019, 10 days after she was allegedly shot at by a masked man in her driveway. There were no casings found. We were never certain if this was a paintball gun or a rifle. That has been argued throughout this trial. Her death came at just 49 years old. She was healthy. She was fit. She was taking all kinds of exercise classes and happy, seemed to be in good spirits. Told witnesses that she had never felt so good as far as her health. And then as that was going on, that was just a month or so after the alleged murders of Tylee and JJ, later found in Chad Daybell's backyard June 9th, 2020, buried in different sites in that backyard. Daybell was arrested shortly after on charges of concealment or abandonment or destruction of evidence, and then the conspiracy to do so. There were no murder charges filed yet. His new wife, Lori Vallow, the children's mother, was already in jail since March of 2020 on charges of child abandonment. She never cooperated with authorities. She never told them where her kids were or could prove that they were safe. She had continued to collect Social Security benefits on behalf of the kids. She had been clearly seen with Chad gallivanting around Hawaii and vacationing and not answering any questions. And so she had already been in custody. And then the charges for her changed to the same evidence destruction charges until finally a year later they were both indicted on the charges you see now, the murder charges. It took time to get that grand jury to get that indictment, and then also the Arizona charges came for Lori as well, hence why she's in Maricopa County Jail waiting for her trial. That's really where it all started here in the Valley. The alleged conspiracy to murder her estranged husband, who she claimed was a dark spirit, Charles Vallow, and then just months later, before Tammy's death in October 2019, Brandon Boudreaux, her ex-nephew-in-law, was shot at, pulling into his driveway, and authorities believe that shooter was Alex Cox. The bullet barely missed, hitting his driver's side window. The allegation is that the group, or the followers of Chad, and Chad obviously decided who was dark and who was light according to text message evidence, but Brandon was one of them on that list, on that target list. So yeah, this story complex, and we are full circle pretty much nearly 4 years since the kids Tylee and JJ were found dead on that Daybell property, June 2020, and now nearing June 2024, and we could get a verdict soon on whether or not Chad Daybell is guilty of all these charges in this just triple murder case. Heinous crimes here alleged. Okay, so we'll take a little break. I am going to do what I can to check on everything and see what's going on. Thank you guys for just sticking with us, listening to me talk and ramble on. But we will see if this is the day. We're on verdict watch, day 32, Chad Daybell murder trial. Stay with us.
All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The courts called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, glad we held our water there as court back in session, jury coming back in for a 40-second instruction. Hearing now open after a closed court proceeding. Interesting to note, Lindsay Blake not at the prosecution table. You have the 3 other prosecutors there. And you see Chad Daybell and John Pryor on their side, waiting for the jurors to come in right now.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then.
Okay, good question, Jade. What is happening? Well, right now, the jury is going back into deliberations. There was a procedural issue or some kind of issue there that was taken up in a closed hearing, and now the jury is going back into deliberations. I want to see if we get any more from this proceeding here. After they were just given the 40-second instruction, you guys heard that, exactly what they need to do. Okay, so, well, Judge Boyd's getting seated. Let's see.
Position 30 minutes within notification.
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
Thank you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, but should be somewhat of advance notice. If we reach a verdict, we will know, and then we'll bring this back live. So yes, they are reviewing those counts. Gypsy Queen, thank you. And thank you all for listening, tuning in. Up to count 6 right now. There are a total of 8 counts against Chad Daybell. So we are close. This could happen today, but that 40-second instruction had to be addressed right there. We're 41 initially that we had, but that is the case right now. Is we are now in the few hours of jury deliberations. I'm just absorbing all this. This is why it's cool to go over this live with you. So Lee, my take is that, we don't know what we don't know, but not sure how much longer this could take. But I'm glad that we're able to get inside the courtroom and hear that 40-second instruction. Basically on October 18th, 2019, Chad Daybell did aid, abet, or advise another, leading to the murder of Tammy Daybell, and then willful premeditated killing. This question or instruction here that they would have to answer, this jury of 12, added to the 41 instructions that they had initially. So that was a short hearing after a longer closed hearing, but we have a little bit of clarification on what is going on. Nail-biting stuff, you're right. Kristalina, you're right, because we just don't know. We don't know what's going on exactly in the heads of the jury. But Melissa D, yeah, the jury stumbled a little bit over ruling or instruction number 6 question mark. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but it's good that they are, keeping the court alert on their issues. They want to get this right. They want to make sure they understand everything here. And we just don't know a lot because what happened in that closed hearing, that's something we just can't speculate on. But definitely they are moving along here. They are moving along, and you've got family members in the courtroom. You've got law enforcement, media, public all ready to get an answer on this. Question is, will it happen today? So we are still on verdict watch. We'll be back in recess and see if we can get a guest on here to talk about what's going on. See you in a little bit. Hey everyone, we're back on waiting for the verdict on Verdict Watch right now. Day 32, Chad Daybell murder trial. I'm Justin Lum, and on the phone you can hear some of that noise. That is Gigi with Pretty Lies and Alibis. How you doing, Gigi? You're on the way to CrimeCon, and we're in the midst of waiting on this verdict. A lot going on.
I know. I've got every alert on my phone set at full blast, so I don't miss anything. I've got people that's going to text me, but man, I was a little nervous a few minutes ago with that hearing.
Yeah, it seemed like we were getting somewhere, or maybe not. We didn't know a lot because then it turned into a closed hearing, but now we know that a 40-second instruction has been given, and the jurors had gone to count 6, which we know is the first-degree murder charge in the death of Tammy Daybell. And basically, the state obviously has to prove that Chad Daybell had involvement, aiding, abetting, anything at all, in premeditation in this murder of Tammy Daybell. Judging by closing arguments, I saw one of your posts talking about Lindsay Blake and how she did closing arguments yesterday, nearly 2 hours. What do you think specifically, as we talk about count 6, how the prosecution did in presenting that to the jury?
I think she put on a masterclass of how you do closing arguments, because these jurors have heard so much information on a case they knew very little about over 6+ weeks. And so I think starting from the beginning and laying this all out and telling that full story really for the first time is how you want to end your case. You want to tie all these pieces in that have been testified to into one big story, so it's easy for the jury to see. And I think she did a phenomenal job. She didn't miss a beat. And I heard from people inside the courtroom, the jury was very much attentive and very transfixed the entire 2 hours that she was up there delivering those closings.
Oh, that's good, because I know that 2 hours is a long time sitting there listening to really the whole story. And it was like this major PowerPoint presentation too. She had exhibits back up, she had visuals and photos and videos. So she had a lot to present in comparison to last year. Rob Wood didn't go as long, and he hit on his points, but Lindsay Blake definitely covered it's like she boiled down the trial into 2 hours, and then she was ready to go to counter John Pryor. What's your take on John Pryor's closing arguments, though?
I'm going to tell you right now, Justin, there were a couple times I yelled at my computer screen. I think the biggest mistake that he made is insinuating that law enforcement lied, because these jurors have sat there for weeks and they have seen several of these investigators choke up on the stand, break down, have to fight back tears. They see how personal these murders were and finding these bodies were. And I think when you get in front of that jury as a defense attorney in your closings and try to say they used Chad Daybell shovels when they were looking for the kids and that these officers lied, I just think that was a huge mistake on his part. A lot of finger pointing, even at Kate. About the life insurance. It was not a lot of, it was just blame everybody else. But the best thing, Justin, Chad was the next victim of Allen's. I laughed out loud when he said that.
Basically everyone was getting blamed, but Chad Daybell, he painted Chad as the victim of all this. And so I don't know if I think the jury wasn't surprised. Are they going to believe it? I don't know. It's and to really cast blame on Lori Vallow, you wonder if Lori Vallow's hearing this through the grapevine, that she's being called this like manipulative woman that ruined Chad's life and been married 4 or 5 times.
I'm sure she has access to it. A lot of these common rooms do show, like Court TV have a contact in prison who says that that's what they watch all day, is like live trials, which would be the last thing I think you would want to watch if you were locked up. But, and then she does have access to people on the outside through video chats and emails and phones. I'm sure there is somebody keeping her up to date. The big question is, does it bother her? You know, I think she's so in deep with Chad that it probably won't matter to her that Chad's attorney threw her under the bus. I think she's that transfixed. I've heard she's all in with Chad still.
All right, Gigi, last question for you. I know you're on the road and we appreciate your time, but just, do you think we get a verdict today, tomorrow? What's your prediction?
I say today, and I don't think it's going to be a bunch of hours. That's just a guess, but they're already on number 6. They're already on count 6. So that would tell me they've moved through the first 5. And maybe the language there was just confusing because, you know, when the average person hears murder, they think that person physically murdered somebody. But you can be charged with murder, as we know, without touching somebody.
Exactly.
And so maybe that was confusing for them, but the fact that they're coming in on just a jury instruction issue that they needed clarification, I'm hopeful that they're cruising right along. And I say a verdict today, we will see. You'll see me get off the exit. People will see me zooming off the exit if we get one before I get to national.
Yeah, we will see. You're right. I mean, already at count 6, and now they've been deliberating for another 30 minutes since that hearing. So we could have this. We could have this sooner than later. And are you thinking that these will be guilty on all counts?
100%. We got Lori on really less evidence last year and a lot more physical evidence with Chad. 100%. He's going away. Bye-bye.
Gigi with Pretty Lies and Alibis on our way to CrimeCon. Thank you so much for your time. Be safe out there.
All right. Thanks, Justin. Bye, all the Fox 10 viewers.
See ya.
All right. Bye.
Okay. And sorry about the audio levels, but I mean, she is driving. We turned her up all the way to the max, but, you know, I'm not trying to impede her trip. She's driving safely, has us on speakerphone, I assume, or Bluetooth, just talking to us about her thoughts on closing arguments. Quick conversation. Appreciate those of you watching right now, 700 of you. Get back into break. We're really just continuing verdict watch here. This could go on all day. This could go on for another hour. We are waiting to see what happens, but as you heard there in court, count 6, that's where we're at. Last check. 2 more counts is really 2 counts of insurance fraud. So let's be ready. We're on verdict watch, day 32 of the Chad Daybell trial. 8 counts against him. First-degree murder in the deaths of Tylee, JJ, Tammy. Conspiracy to commit murder in the same deaths. And then, as I said, insurance fraud, 2 life insurance policies on behalf of Tammy Daybell. Chad Daybell, capital case here. If found guilty, he could face the death penalty. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Everyone, just checking in on you all watching and streaming our feed here, the Chad Daybell trial, as we wait for the verdict to be read at some point. But a verdict has not officially been reached. At last check, we know that count 6 in the indictment was being addressed, the 6th charge in this case. There are 8 total. I'm not sure where the jury is at, obviously, but they could be, they have access to exhibits and evidence, and they could really be talking this through. Just want to note that last year in the Lori Vallow trial, around this time, we had pretty much reached a verdict. It was 12 o'clock. It'll be 12 o'clock there right now. It's 11 here. So we're in that similar time frame. Now, last year in the Lori Vallow trial, they had more time after closing arguments. After it was done, it was probably afternoon. So they were deliberating for some hours, had dinner, went home, not sequestered. That's the difference. And the next morning, deliberated for a little bit, maybe double check some things. We had a verdict reached, and then it was read, I would say, around noonish. So here we are now in the Chad Daybell trial. Obviously a capital case. Charges similar, but not identical. We have let's put it up here for you guys. Here are the charges against Chad Daybell. You guys saw this earlier, but I think it's good we get this out in front of us as we prepare for what may happen today. Or maybe it's not today, maybe it's tomorrow. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception in the death of Tylee Ryan, the first-degree murder charge. Again, conspiracy to commit murder in the death of J.J. Vallow, first-degree murder as well. And then the same thing for Tammy Daybell. And then 2 counts of insurance fraud. I have it posted, Lee, on my Twitter account. So, sorry, this allergies came out of nowhere. Then we got the AC on and off, and sorry, so I might sniffle a little bit. Yeah, I have that posted on my Twitter and Facebook, so you can use that. These are the charges against Chad Daybell right now. The question is, when will we get the verdict? Last year, Lori Vallow did not have the first-degree murder charge against her in the death of Tammy Daybell, but she was found guilty on all the counts. No insurance fraud, she had grand theft. I have the indictment right here. Let me pull that up for myself. But she had the grand theft as she collected benefits, Social Security benefits, on behalf of her children. They were Social Security survivor benefits, I should say, allocated for Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow, child care benefits exceeding $1,000, and she had been collecting a few months at least after the children had been murdered. So she was found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Tammy Daybell, and had an alibi that she was physically not present in the state of Idaho. Was still found guilty because of the circumstantial evidence that we saw regarding the text messages and the death percentages, really asking to predict the death of Tammy Daybell. And as we've seen all of trial, Chad was texting her about wanting to be with her, and he was sad and was saying that she was possessed by a dark spirit named Viola, just like he had said that Charles Vallow was possessed by a spirit named Hiplos. So quite a bizarre case, and that is the evidence that the prosecution brought to the jury to show that there was motive and premeditation, able to convict Lori Vallow on all of those charges. And even though she was never located on the Chad Daybell property where her children will be found dead, she was clearly living with her kids, and whether or not she physically did anything, she was found guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of JJ and Tylee, and the conspiracy as well. But obviously, we've got a different jury here. They seem to be really focused, locked in from all accounts that we've heard from, and they've heard so many witnesses, and yesterday was a long day compared to last year's Lori Vallow trial. And when you think about it, closing arguments didn't last half as long as yesterday's closing arguments in the Chad Daybell case. If you missed it, we have it on our YouTube channel. Lindsey Blake's arguments, 2 hours, and then John Pryor went more than an hour. You can watch that over again if you missed some of it. But Lindsey Blake really did a thorough job. She had evidence and exhibits for pretty much all of her talking points. She showed video as far as body cam. She showed phone calls. You heard more of that code talk between Chad and Lori when she was in jail, June 8th, 2020, the day before her children would be found dead. She wanted to be reassured about the, quote, marvelous plan that Chad Daybell had. She wanted to be with him. The conversation Chad had the next day with his daughter did not show any signs of concern or worry or confusion about what was happening in his backyard. As a matter of fact, he was trying to get his affairs in order financially and giving instructions to his daughter, Emma Murray, who you guys heard from in her witness testimony for the defense. Lee, you're asking, is the Arizona DA prosecuting Lori for Charles the same DA who said there's not enough evidence to prosecute Chad? I believe so. It's Rachel Mitchell has been a county attorney, I want to say since 2022, since 2021. Yeah, they found no likelihood of conviction, no reasonable likelihood of conviction for Chad Daybell and the murder conspiracy. So, yeah, we have the same county attorney in office right now. And I'm hoping to. I want to speak to the prosecution for that case ahead of the trial. Not sure if that will happen because it's, entering a trial. They might not want to be available, make themselves available, and give too much information. But yes, Rachel Mitchell took over for Alistair Adele. Any questions, you guys? Drop them in the chat. You guys have been sticking around through the whole way. Appreciate y'all watching. 800 of you right now on the live stream as we wait. Life's like waves. Says the jury needs to find him guilty. There should be no questions at all. The evidence is overwhelming. I would say the circumstantial evidence is definitely overwhelming. I mean, and it's bizarre regarding the doomsday beliefs. And Lindsey Blake, again, illustrates it so well in the closing arguments of how if you're dark, and he considered you a dark spirit or a light spirit, but if you were dark on the opposition, the body had to die. Every time. Now, there were instances where he would label other people dark. Didn't happen to them. Like Brandon Boudreaux lived to tell his story. Was shot at October of 2019. And so that's one person that was identified as a dark spirit with a substantial life insurance policy. So there is always this money factor, hence the theme money, power, and sex. And again, the prosecution drives that home that really Chad was obsessed with his new lover and wanted to be with her and had to move the obstacles out of the way. That is the story here presented to the jury. And we hear again the James and Elena story. James and Elena being Lori and Chad in another life, married in a past life, with their own family and multiple probations besides that. They had been together according to these beliefs. And so their purpose is to lead the 144,000. On the other side of John Pryor, his defense, Pryor says, well, he can believe that. That doesn't mean he murdered anyone. That's his religious belief. And a lot of people have similar beliefs, and he points to the LDS Church. Clearly, he's trying to cast some doubt on the jury and say this is not enough to prove that he committed these crimes. Now, we'll see what the jury has to say soon about that. We'll get 30 minutes advance notice. John Pryor got that confirmed. If we have a verdict reached, we'll be here, have that live stream ready like it is right now, and then the court will have the verdict read, and we will see these charges here on your screen, and see what the decision is. And then after that, it really gets interesting if and only if he's found guilty of murder for the death penalty phase. Stacy Hooten, do you think, in your opinion, that the state provided without reasonable doubt that they succeeded? They did on the kids, but Tammy? I think the state did a good job of providing more evidence than last year. That's for sure. And you saw the result last year, so I'll say that. Again, the circumstantial evidence, dead kids found on the property, wife found dead in the bedroom, predictions about deaths for the victims, calling them dark spirits, talking about life insurance money for Charles Vallow, who had been shot and killed, even though Chad Daybell isn't charged in his death, but talking about his death and his situation or of being a dark spirit and possessed. Like, there was multiple people besides the 3 victims here in this Idaho case that were labeled dark spirits or zombies, and there was some sort of agenda and teachings that were taught to multiple people that followed Chad. He was a source of knowledge and power. His property is basically the scene of 3 major crimes. He did never come forward to police and say that the kids were safe somewhere. He's only said it to a couple people that the kids are safe. Very vague, but he's never said that he knew something or that he didn't know, and he was now questioning and wanted to cooperate with authorities, questioning his wife's situation and not cooperating with police on the whereabouts of her children. He lied to police when the welfare check happened in November of 2019 and said that he didn't have Lori Vallow's number, didn't know her very well. They also tried to get Melanie Gibb involved, Lori's friend, to basically lie to the police. So I think all of this sticks to the jury. There's so many notes they must have, so many exhibits they can go through. But right now, and it's good that they take their time and deliberate, because these are very serious charges, and that's not even going into the penalty phase if he's convicted. Now, as for the grand theft by deception, good question someone just asked. That has to do with the conspiracy to commit murder charges with JJ and Tylee. So, and I'm going to read that here just for count 1. It says the defendants, Chad Guy Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox and other co-conspirators and or both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and commit grand theft by deception. So that's the only ones there. Count 1 and count 3 that have to do with that. The grand theft you may be talking about, that was in Lori Vallow's case with the Social Security benefits. As for Chad, it's insurance fraud with Tammy Daybell. 2 counts, 2 policies. So we will see, guys. Do you guys have any predictions for when this verdict is reached? Does it happen today? As we talked to Gigi McKelvey with Pretty Lies and Alibis, the true crime podcast earlier. She's been covering this case. She believes it happens today. Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, he's waiting in the hallway in the courthouse to see if, he's not going anywhere. And no one in that courthouse is going anywhere right now, because this could very well happen soon. If you look at last year's case, also very serious. No death penalty on the table. Good point there, Monique Dawn. There's going to be lunch break. The jury's not rushing to get this out to us, to the public, but they're going to take their time and do a good job of making sure they have everything down and then answer these questions. Maybe you can have lunch. It's 12:30 there right now, nearly 12:30 in the afternoon. So yes, this could very well happen soon, or they could say, you know what? You have 12 people in there that have to talk about this and discuss and deliberate. So AM says 3:10 is the prediction. Okay, we'll see about that. Okay. All right, let's get back into recess, guys, and we'll keep you updated if we hear anything. All right, guys, we have a verdict that has been reached. We have a verdict. Breaking news, we have a verdict. All right, I had to make sure I'm literally, you guys, as I'm talking to you, making sure everything is posted. I was just told, not only did our friend Nate Eden post from the courthouse that a verdict has been reached, but Kay Woodcock, grandma of JJ Vallow, tells me it's going to be read at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. That's 1 p.m. here, and about 50 minutes. She knows what's going on, as she is the grandmother of JJ Vallow. She's in that courthouse as we speak with her family members and friends. I am posting here right now. We have a live stream up, so that's good to go, obviously. So we are ready in about 45 minutes. Man, it is a bit nerve-wracking, right? How you guys feeling? Just checking all the platforms and making sure no information is missed here. But we have a verdict. All right. I'm like, Nate, can you get on the phone? But we have a verdict in the Chad Daybell trial, and I'm waiting for the email, the official email that comes from the courthouse. And tells us what's going to happen. They're just trying to give people some time here. But let's look at the counts that we have. Just take a look. I'm going to keep that up for a second. As you guys can see, the charges against Chad Daybell in this capital case: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, insurance fraud. We will see what the jury has decided on. But we'll be back in just 45 minutes. I'll be back sooner, but there it is. Just want everyone to know we have a verdict in the Chad Daybell trial. How many hours did it take? Well, we found out about this, about 5 minutes ago? I would say it's been 4 hours since the jury deliberated this morning. And yesterday, 2 hours. So you give or take 6 to 7 hours, similar to last year in the Lori Vallow trial. I'm texting with Kay Woodcock right now. How do you feel, Kay? And I'm sure she's got that feeling in her stomach, like, let's go, let's do this. My goodness, guys. Family members have been notified. We are streaming right now. 1 o'clock here is when it's going to be read. But I'll be back in a minute. Gonna get some things set up. See you in a moment. All right. I am going to make sure we all set to go 30 minutes in advance. And apologies, earlier in the chat I said jury deliberated for about 7 hours, more like 6 or so, because we're on that time change. But doing the math, 2 hours yesterday, and then today 4 hours, and then you minus a little bit of time in the courtroom getting instructions from Judge Stephen Boyce. Really, it only took about 6 hours of jury deliberation. Phones are going off, people are talking, there's a lot of chatter, there's a lot of hurry up and wait, and the anxiousness to get inside the courtroom and get the verdict read. We are going to have everything ready for you right now. It's just all getting things checked out. All of you watching, 800 of you, thank you. I'm sure there's going to be much more. But yeah, this is intense, right? It brings you back to that feeling last year. I remember it very clearly, except I was in the courthouse in Ada County, in Boise, Idaho, for Lori Vallow's verdict. We got a little bit of advanced notice here, but you kind of feel those. You get the shivers. We're ready to go and hear this verdict read. Will Chad Daybell be found guilty of killing 2 Arizona children and his first wife, Tammy Daybell? Make sure I share this with everyone. Verdict has been reached. Watch the reading here. All right, a little bit of multitasking. Thank you guys for being patient. Any questions, comments, or is it more just like everyone just ready to hear what happens here? How are you all feeling? And everyone that's already in the courthouse or in the hallway, family members who have been notified, this is a lot for them. They're going to start gathering in the courtroom and get ready for this big news here. The jury of 12 about to give the verdict. I'm Justin Lum with Fox 10 Phoenix. For all of you guys who have been watching our trial coverage since the beginning, April 1st, jury selection, here we are, May 30th, in really 32 days of trial. A verdict has been reached in the case, capital case, and then if found guilty, Chad Daybell will enter the penalty phase. And then it'll be decided by the same jury on death. I'm not gonna do any guesses. Sorry, Tristan. I don't do that. But we've talked about the charges. We'll see what happens and we'll report from there. I'm gonna leave these up though, just so everybody can let this marinate. The charges on Daybell. All right, and just before we got to the verdict reading, guys, I'm back on with Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, and I think it's important to check in with Vicky, and I'm glad she's here with us to talk about the moments leading up to the verdict reading, because this trial gave so much focus to Tammy. I mean, last year, of course, she's a victim in that case as well against Lori Vallow, guilty verdict there, but this time, obviously, her husband of nearly 30 years standing trial for several weeks. And Vicky, you were there for all of it nearly. Today you're under the weather, but you're ready to go. How you feeling?
I'm not feeling great, but I'm feeling, great that they're coming back this fast. I feel like that's a great sign for us. And, I texted Kay a little bit ago and said, if for some unexplainable reason he is not guilty on one of the counts, we still have guilty verdicts, and we know that he'll never get out of prison, and that, I think, is the most important thing. And I'm trying to remain focused on that.
Yeah, and I know it's hard to not get emotional, right? I mean, your last 5 years or more than 5 years have been just ups and downs, right? And just the not knowing of what's going to happen, charges, no charges. I mean, where were the kids? I mean, so many things, the autopsy results on Tammy. And here we are, full circle. You got to see, I assume, some closing arguments yesterday. Your thoughts on how the prosecution finished up after a grueling trial?
So I live streamed them because I had a fever all day yesterday, and I didn't want to expose anybody to it. But
of course,
I did get a lot of feedback from my family that was in the courtroom, and Kay and Larry, and I just they had said that there were people, jurors, that they saw a couple of them roll their eyes, and I think he should remember one thing, and that's you never talk down to a jury.
Wow.
And, these are capable folks, and they've sat there for 2 months, and it just seemed really a lot of his closing, I thought, was really, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. They didn't do that. I thought Lindsay laid out the crime so perfectly that for them to come back and not have an argument against each of their points was not being prepared.
So clearly, you've been in that courtroom and you've seen the jury react to John Pryor, and John Pryor is Chad Daybell's attorney, of how his approach and how he speaks to the court. That it wasn't necessarily well received, like, oh, he may have a point. Instead, some people are kind of like, are you for real? Like, because after 2 hours of closings by Lindsay Blake alone, it was almost like Lindsay gave us the whole case right there, almost like, oh, when is this going to end? It was lengthy.
It was. I thought it was really well laid out, though. It really, to me, because it's such a confusing case and the timelines, you really have to understand what happened when and what the motivations were. And I thought that was the reason why it needed to be laid out like that. I know it did seem long, but on the other hand, it's such a crazy case that you really need it to be laid out in front of you, like, succinctly. And I think she did a great job with that, and that's why I think that the Pryor, that he wasn't able to combat each one of those points. And I think that he would have been a lot more effective if he would have addressed major points. Instead, he went on and on about the religion and how Chad was following his whatever Mormon religion, but he wasn't. He was clearly off on some other deal in his own church, and there was a lot that he didn't address. So
he tried to paint Chad as the victim or future victim of Lori Vallow and her late brother Alex Cox, but as we've seen through this trial and through the text messages and calls, Chad is clearly this source of knowledge and instruction to the group. Even Lori, who's asked for reassurance and talk about his plan, even though he may not be the most extroverted or charming. He's quiet, but and introverted instead, but he has still been that source of information for the co-conspirators, as this case it's been illustrated throughout. Now, the jurors had questions today, a specific question about count 6, which is the first-degree murder charge for Tammy. And I don't know what you heard about that, but obviously they added another instruction. And did you have any concern there at all?
I think there may have been what I was thinking. Well, first, I never like it when the jury has questions, but also it can be a good thing. I think that they didn't have a real close instruction on that one count, and he said that it wasn't in there, so that he added it. So I think it really laid out. They just had to write that down or tick off each one. And if you did that, because I did it in my own head, did he do that? Did he do that? Did he do that? And then I was like, yeah, check, 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 check. And then I was like, okay, I see what they're doing.
Yeah, trying to clarify that there was premeditation. That has to be proved. Willful premeditated killing, aiding and abetting or advising in any way for that murder. Not even necessarily having to physically do anything, but being a part of that plan in that premeditation. And as we remember last year, you had said it, that you were a little, not sure about Lori Vallow being found guilty in the conspiracy to commit murder in Tammy's death, because she wasn't even in the state at that time, but there was enough evidence there for the jury to find her guilty on that count as well. So just for context for us to compare.
Yeah, I had a fear of that with Lori, but I just think, when you toss in the advisement, when you there's so many things that you could go back to and see that he did that conversations, the going back and forth about the light and dark, and about when Tammy became, possessed, and all these other things. All that goes to, his guilt in it. I mean, he was the one that was. All of these deaths are related to Chad's telling them exactly what to do and when to do it.
All right.
So, guilty.
That's your feeling. You feel good, though. You feel positive right now.
I feel good. As good as I can.
Yeah.
Feeling not well. I feel, mentally, I feel like he's there and he's guilty. And I don't, I sent Kay a text a little bit ago and said, hey, like I said, if they missed one somewhere, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm going to be happy that at least the process happened and he's going away for life.
And you got family members in the courthouse right now. Several family members.
My brother-in-law is there, Ron, so really happy that he was able to make it. And his kids, Tammy, Ben, and Mike are there. And then Ben's spouse, Kelsey, and, of course, Samantha's husband, Jason Williams. So, and my daughter's there. My daughter, Julie, is there. She's been there for a while.
She's your, you guys are sidekicks, BFFs, partners in crime. You and Julie, it's been awesome. But I think also, like you just mentioned, all those family members, this is huge for them because, they weren't there for Lori Vallow's verdict reading. Obviously, Samantha and Jason were there for the sentencing. You were there, you and your family members. But now, Ron, how is he feeling with all this? He's going to look at the man that was once his son-in-law.
You know what? I don't know. I know that this has been really hard on him because, my sister passed away last year and, he hasn't had the easiest year. So I'm sure it was a real effort for him to get here today. And I hope that if he reads his impact statement that, Chad takes to heart what he has to say. I don't know if he can, but... I give Ron a lot of credit for being there.
He's a man of few words, right? He's not really a chatterbox at all.
He's not a chatterbox, but also he can say what he feels and means. Yeah. And, I think hopefully they're going to be showing those today. And, the case of if it's going to death penalty. It could be also that they share their statements today as soon as the verdict is read.
Wow.
So yeah, I
That's
think people are really, really, excited for this and waiting for it. People have been following this case for so long, and it's been a long 5 years.
it's been such a journey, and I know you've been through so much. So again, thank you for just sharing your thoughts going into this. We're all watching this together, and I hope you feel better and get better soon.
Thanks. Thank you, Justin. Thanks for everything the last 5 years and for really helping to get the story out there and keeping it alive.
Yeah. All right.
You're like family to the rest of us here in Boise.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot. All right. Well, we'll talk soon, my friend.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Whew. All right, guys. 15 minutes away from this verdict being read in the Chad Daybell trial. That was Vicky Hoban, the aunt of Tammy Daybell. As she said, her family members are there. Tammy Daybell's father, siblings. Tammy's mom passed away last year right after the Lori Vallow verdict, after that trial, I think. Yeah, it was very shortly after. So yeah, she's been through a lot. This whole family's been through a lot. The unknowns and the search for the truth and justice for what happened to Tammy Daybell, as we know, a homicide in 2019. Thank you for you guys sticking around right now. 1,300 of you watching. I'm sure more will be watching as we get closer to the verdict being read. We are moving along, and as it's been calculated and officially timed, according to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, less than 6 hours of deliberation, give or take a few minutes, just less than 6 hours. So in a capital case, complex case like this, that went pretty quick, and it was broken up, obviously, from yesterday afternoon, evening, and then this morning they went over everything. So yeah, I mean, quite a trip. And then if Chad is found guilty of murder, we're going into the penalty phase. Victim impact statements are going to be read. So this will be this could be a long afternoon in court, a very important one, guys. We'll take another quick break and appreciate you guys watching, and I will bring us back as we get really close to that 1 o'clock Pacific time mark. Everyone, Justin Lum here, checking back in. We're about 8 minutes away from the verdict reading. At least that's when it's supposed to be done, according to the court. Chad Daybell's verdict. I'm going to pull up the charges right now for you. We've seen it a few times, but important that we have these up as we go into this. All right, 8 counts in total. Just remember, there are 2 charges there for the insurance fraud, 2 life insurance policies in the name of Tammy Daybell, Chad's first wife, his wife of nearly 30 years. They had 5 kids together, even grandchildren. 55-year-old Chad Daybell, the self-proclaimed doomsday prophet. We are watching for everyone to enter the courtroom. I know counsel's in the courtroom right now, according to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. People are in there. People are waiting and raring to go for the jury to come in for this verdict to be read. We are going to take that live in just a moment. But there you see the charges: conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception. That's first-degree murder. Tylee Ryan, first-degree murder in the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception in the death of 7-year-old J.J. Vallow. First-degree murder in his death. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Tammy Daybell. And, of course, that last murder charge, a first-degree murder. If found guilty, the penalty phase would begin, and then the jury, the same jury of 12, would decide on if Chad Daybell gets executed, the death penalty in Idaho. So we are about to hear what the jury has decided. Just a few minutes, really. It took less than 6 hours to come to that conclusion. For those of you watching, 1,200 of you, thank you. I know some of you are saying you're nervous, you're shaking. I'm right there with you. Last year, this year, it's like deja vu, the same feeling as we are virtually entering the courtroom and we know we have a verdict and we're making sure, do we have everything? Do we have all our ducks in a row? We ready to go? It's a big feeling, seeking justice for these 3 victims in this case. And then, of course, we have the Lori Vallow trial in Arizona, the murder conspiracy case for 2 people, Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. And yes, of course, Deb, we're going to keep you more than updated on that case as it's set to go to trial in August. Will that remain the case? Not sure yet. But I'm watching these cameras. I'm sure you guys probably have multiple devices on. I have the judges stream up. Make sure once we see those courtroom cameras pop open on Zoom, we are ready to go. A lot of people are watching this, and it lasted not too long. I mean, really the same amount of time as last year for jury deliberations, around 6 hours, broken up into 2 days. An overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence against Chad Daybell, but this time different compared to last year. Chad had a defense. He had 11 witnesses testify. Lori Vallow did not have 1 witness testify. Whether that makes a difference or not, we'll see. But it was definitely a longer trial here. It's a capital case as well. 67 witnesses called by the state, not to mention the recalls, multiple testimonies by 1 or more same witnesses. And then you had 11 witnesses, like I said, called by the defense, and then 6 rebuttal witnesses for the state. So, and closing arguments were very, very thorough and in-depth. And like we heard from Vicky Hoban just a little while ago, Tammy Daybell's aunt, she doesn't think that John Pryor's approach worked. John Pryor's kind of more aggressive approach in how he speaks to the court or, to a witness in cross-examination. She feels that these are capable jurors. Obviously, they went through a lot of people to pick the 17 or 18 initially, the final 18 in the group of jurors that they came down to. I mean, really, it came down to so many specific questions in jury selection that lasted more than a week. And so it narrowed it down to 17 jurors and then now 5 alternates, all of them sequestered since yesterday evening. And, here we are. So I think even for this jury that has been hit with so much information. I mean, you think about the terabytes of evidence that both counsels have, and then to present that story to them. It is a lot, and it also is traumatic based on the graphic details and graphic images that they've had to see. Those images stick with them. As we've talked to former jurors in the past for the Lori Vallow trial, they have had to seek either some sort of therapy or figure out some way to channel that trauma and to deal with it, because I mean, you're looking at 3 victims, you're looking at photos, you're hearing about how they died or how they were found. I mean, disclaimer, remember again, JJ Vallow, 7 years old, a boy with autism who got immediately moved to Rexburg, Idaho, shortly after his father, Charles, got shot and killed in Arizona, picking him up to go to school. And he doesn't know what happened to his father, and then he gets moved to Idaho. His service dog is taken away from him, and his mother, Lori Vallow, is calling him a zombie, basically, to other people, asking Chad Daybell to check him and check whether he's light or dark or what's going on, because at one point in Rexburg, he had calmed down a little bit and just wanted to hang out and watch movies. 7-year-old boy. And last seen alive, September 22nd, 2019, in the arms of his uncle, Alex Cox, and then found buried, wrapped in plastic and duct tape. And then even just as tragically, his big sister, his caretaker and big sister, Tylee Ryan, 16 years old with her whole life ahead of her, found just basically in pieces, buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, and couldn't even find the cause of death, but the manner was a homicide because of how the condition was of her body. And then Tammy Daybell, a wife, grandma, mother who had just, given her life to education and teaching and being a librarian, was healthy and living her life, and then suddenly dies October 19th, 2019. If not for her body being exhumed, we would not know her cause of death, which is asphyxia. And we know that Chad Daybell not only made $400,000 off life insurance policies, $430 to be exact, but he married Lori Vallow 17 days after his wife died. So this is just the surface of the information that's been presented to the jury. Chad Daybell just walked in, according to Nate Eaton. We can't see that yet. Cameras aren't on. Sat down talking to John Pryor, sitting at his table. So according to Nate, if you're following his tweets as well while you're watching this, the courtroom is packed. And here we are after 6 hours of deliberation, minutes away from this verdict. All right, I'm going to stay on here, and I'm just going to turn my mic. I'll put these charges up. Once I see the camera, we'll bring you into the courtroom live. And we are in the courtroom. The cameras are on. The verdict will be read in just moments.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
And you're getting a live look at Chad Daybell sitting next to his attorney, John Pryor. Judge just asked the bailiff to bring in the jury right now, and then we will hear the verdict reached. We'll hear the verdict read. Here we go.
Here's all President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
And there it is. Guilty on all counts, Chad Daybell, now convicted of murdering J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. We're about to enter the penalty phase in about an hour. You see Daybell standing next to his attorney. And there it is. Just let that soak in, everyone. After more than 4 years, so this case has been going on for around 5 years now. Chad Daybell, like his wife, co-defendant Lori Vallow, is a convicted murderer. Once again, all counts against him. 8 counts, first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. Chad Daybell, the self-proclaimed doomsday prophet, will be not only staying in prison, but now the question is if the jury will also decide that he gets the death penalty. And so this is a whole another phase here that we're about to enter. There are victim impact statements that will be read. There's more information that the jury gets. The jury's job is not done. They are being sequestered. We've been told that there will be court on Saturdays, if need be, regarding this. And this is after 9 weeks of trial. Thank you to the 1,800 of you watching. I mean, what a moment that was. I don't know how long that lasted, but you could see a packed house inside that courtroom. Family members, friends of the victims, law enforcement, everyone there to watch justice. And now there's still more to do. I'm going to bring up the charges once again. And you've got a live look there at the verdict. Guilty on all charges against them, as I named them earlier. 3 victims. Tammy Daybell murdered in October of 2019. J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, siblings from Arizona, murdered in September of 2019. They had been missing for more than several months and then found in Chad Daybell's backyard. We are going to work on getting some live reaction from people affected. We are going to be going live with more of these proceedings after this recess to see what is next. There is a lot here to unpack. This is different than last year, being that it's a capital case. In Lori Vallow's case, she was found guilty, and then she was, taken away back to jail until her sentencing, which was July 31st in Fremont County, Idaho. And then she was taken to a Idaho Department of Corrections facility, a women's correctional center. But for now, Chad Daybell will return to jail after the penalty phase is handled. So that's, again, one new chapter. And that will most likely, I would assume, be in Fremont County. Then when his sentencing happens, then he will be put in prison. And then the question is if he is getting the death penalty, when that can happen, how long that would take. But right now, just in the moment, you think of all the family members affected by these heinous crimes, family members of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, all there to see this happen. It is a big day, May 30th, 2024. About a year, a little more than a year, since Chad Daybell's wife, Lori Vallow, the so-called doomsday mom, was convicted herself, and now both of them are found guilty. At first, they were supposed to be joined together in this case, and you'd have both defendants, but Chad Daybell had waived his right to a speedy trial, unlike Lori Vallow, hence why his took a little bit longer, and it's also a capital case. For those of you in the chat, I advise you to stay. Let's take this break and see you in a little bit before court proceedings continue.
Usually.
Okay, everyone, we are back live on our stream for the Chad Daybell murder trial. If you are just joining us, he's been found guilty on all counts against him.
Yep.
Guilty on all counts against him. And right now we have Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, back after the reading. And I just was talking about how it felt. I mean, that moment, seeing him stand there and hear the verdict, what was that like?
You know what? I saw the typical expression, nothing. No, I don't feel like he I don't know. I've said soulless before because I don't know how anybody could sit and listen to the things that they did and hear the things that people said about them and that they know, and nothing, no expression, no tears. The only time I ever saw him cry in court was when he heard his own voice on the 911 call. And I thought, wow, this is not when his son's voice was on there, when his voice was on there.
And the question is, was he even really emotional? Because we didn't see that from him throughout the whole trial.
No, I don't even know. Maybe that was just, I don't know, honestly. Pryor handed him a box of tissues and kind of nudged him, and I think maybe that he thought that meant cry now. I don't know. Honest to goodness, I haven't seen anything. I mean, I know that the public hasn't seen the photos that the rest of the people in the courtroom have seen, and family, but I'll just tell you, there are people in the jury, both juries, that cried, that couldn't look, that, I mean, they would look and then have to look away. It's not stuff that, normal people can look at without having some emotion. And then to be accused of it and to sit there and be able to look at that stuff, it just blows your mind.
And we were just talking about this as well. Now there are two convicted murderers, husband and wife, that will at some point be in prison. The situation is fluid right now, as Lori Vallow's in jail in Arizona here in Maricopa County, where you live, and she's waiting for her Arizona trial, but she's already been sentenced to life in prison for these murders. And then now Chad, we're going to enter the penalty phase and hear victim impact statements from Tammy's family members and then other family members like Kay Woodcock. And you have gotten really close to Kay as well, and Larry, and you guys have been able to bond through this tragedy. Just how important is it for a family member? You've been here, you've written one and read it in court, a victim impact statement.
So from what I understand, the victim impact statements, they had asked me to write one, and I had, of course, when I got sick, I was like, I can't be in court. There's no reason for me to write one. And then her family was coming. So, obviously that time is better taken with them. But I know that with a death penalty case, I think it's slightly different. I don't think you can talk to the person about how you feel about them, or do those kinds of things. I think it has to be more about the impact on your life and how the death has affected you and those types of things. So I don't know, maybe they'll be a little bit more lenient with her dad. I really don't know how that'll all go, but I know whatever they have to say will be meaningful and are meant for the jurors, and I think the jurors are there. I think they understand how devastating this has been for, all the families that are involved. And I think, between the Woodcocks and Colby and that family and the Douglases and the extended families are, the tragedy, and the Daybells even, the tragedy has hit everybody. So I think, between all of that, I know that the jury has felt our pain, and I think that has to be evident in the verdicts.
I know you've seen so much evidence, so many exhibits, you've been through 2 trials. When anyone asks you about something that sticks out in the prosecution's presentation of evidence, what is something that will always come to your mind, whether it's a phone call, audio, a recording, video? I know there's a lot.
The thing, I will say this, the thing that I'll never forget, and literally it will always be in my mind's eye when I think about this in the trial, it will be when Detective Considas got up to talk about finding the bodies of the kids. And he, he's this big mass of a man, and he just cried. We're 5 years later, and these police officers have been through so much, and the FBI, the emotion that they, finding, and these guys are guys that see crime every single day, and I think that, for the most part, has been the thing that's touched me, is how many people outside of our families have had to go through what they've gone through and to see things you'd never want anybody to see. And I think that was the thing that really touched me, is to see these guys have to get up there again and recount these things, and Hermosillo, and all of these detectives. Just I really give them a lot of credit.
And this is not a resolution at all. It's justice. He's now convicted, and then penalty phase will be one thing, but your family has been, in a sense, divided because of how Chad's children feel, and I know that's hard, because it doesn't seem like there will be a resolution there, or I know you can't fully be healed from something like this and the damage that's been done.
Yeah, I don't know that that's ever going to be fully healed. I hope that the verdicts will open the eyes of those who don't see it. And I think there are some that do. And, but at the same time, there's the realization that, in their minds, what good can be done from being, discussing it, and after basically losing both parents by the acts of one. And then, I think, putting the trial behind us, I'm hoping that at least with Ron, that he'll have whatever years he has left, whether it be 5, 10, 15 years left, that he gets to see his grandkids and his great-grandkids. And I hope that gap is going to be bridged, because that's, all I can hope is for him, because I don't know about everybody else, but I know that Phyllis would have wanted that, and that's Tammy's mom.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I love that you always bring her back up and remind everyone about Phyllis, because it was shortly after Lori Vallow's trial and the guilty verdict that your sister passed away, and we talked about that. Just what would you want her to know right now? I mean, do you think she's, some people have a certain amount of what they believe spiritually, but what do you think?
I don't, when you're, I don't know about that, but I know that my whole thing was, I obviously wanted justice for JJ and Tylee, but I also didn't want Tammy to get lost. And I think, I wanted justice for her. And, I wanted people to know that her life was meaningful, and that she meant a lot to other people, and that her family loved her dearly. And even though I know that, she was not a child, she was an adult woman, she had a lot of life left in her, and she had a lot to live for. And to have somebody snuff her out like that for her life insurance was just, not going to go unpunished. And I think Phyllis would want that.
Yeah, how relieved are you that the jury clearly believed that this was a healthy 49-year-old woman that was living a happy life with her family, and just, enjoying the simple things in life, and had no idea what was going to happen to her.
Yeah. Just, she felt like she was in the best shape of her life. She had her whole, 20, 30 years or more. And, just to be snuffed out like that. And like I said, she was just, you're right. She just was a person that enjoyed the simple things in life. Like, she didn't have, money was way to a means. And it wasn't like that's what her life was all about. But, clearly there was another path that Chad wanted to follow. And I wish he would have just divorced her and gone about it. But her money was important to them. And that's what happened. And it just, you have to realize, like, she was just I don't think he even knew what her life was, because they brought up 10 or 15 teachers that were talking about her and how great she was and friendly, and that she knew every kid's name that went to school there. And it was because she was the only person in the school that interacted with each child. And
Wow.
those are the things that were important to her, like relationships, community, her children, her grandchild, those things were important. And so when you see her as that person, you really see that the jury saw that, and that they realized all those stories about her that the teachers were telling was the real story.
All right, Vicky, thank you so much again for giving us your time here. Everyone appreciates it, and I'm sure this is still more work to be done here. The jury is going to decide on something big here regarding death penalty, but we have this news here today. Guilty on all counts, Chad Daybell, and appreciate you giving us your insight and telling your stories.
Thank you. I just hope my voice isn't, I hope people can even understand. I've got a fog in my throat.
Oh,
Sorry
it's
about that,
perfect.
everyone.
And they understand, and we'll see you back here in Arizona.
Sounds good.
All
Thanks,
right.
Justin.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, once again, Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt. Appreciate her. I mean, moments after learning this verdict, Chad Daybell guilty on all the charges against him, and now possibly facing the death penalty. But he is now guilty of murdering Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and his first wife, Tammy Daybell. We're going to get back to some work here on the side. We're going to get into recess, and once I see the cameras back on, we will get into the next phase, guys. It's been quite a day so far, but we'll see you in a moment.
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Jury's all present, counter for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515 subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also, and that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case, and that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
Mic on. Okay, I got my mic on. All right. Let me start that over. That was a warm-up. But yeah, what a day. As everyone leaves the courtroom right now, Justin Lum here with Fox 10 Phoenix. Thank you for those of you still watching right now. We are wrapping up, and we are entering the penalty phase for Chad Daybell tomorrow morning. Specifically, it is for first-degree murder. Obviously, the insurance fraud sentencing will be taken at a later date. But as far as first-degree murder, that is what is going to be discussed and decided on by the jury. You guys should be able to hear me now. It's a little bit of a delay, but I was talking for about 20 seconds and without my mic on. Forgot to turn that on. Sorry about that. But long day. Chad Daybell found guilty on all counts against him. 8 counts, first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, grand theft by deception, and then the last 2 counts of insurance fraud. Tense moments in the courtroom. But now we're going to hear victim impact statements, possibly more evidence or information. Tomorrow, 7:30 in the morning Pacific time, we'll have that stream on again. It basically would be day 33. The penalty phase begins. The jurors remain sequestered. Who knows how long this could last? Could we get another verdict tomorrow deciding on if Chad Daybell will be executed? It's been a wild week as we are nearing the end of the Chad Daybell trial. We've really gotten through the major brunt of it. Chad Daybell, now convicted killer and convicted child killer, just like his wife, Lori Vallow, who remains here in Arizona waiting for her new trial. Thank you guys for watching. We're going to end it short today. We've had some insightful interviews today. We've been on hold, hurry up and waiting. and then we've gotten the answer finally after really 4 long years, almost 4 years. Chad Daybell, a guilty man, a jury of 12 deciding his fate and now deciding if he will be executed. I will see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you. And it's not over yet, but at some point it will be soon. But this has been quite an experience with you all, and we'll be working on our reports for 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and so on. Still a lot of work to do here on my end, but as far as the stream, it's been great to watch this and follow this with you all. So we'll see you tomorrow morning back on Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube for the live stream of Chad Daybell's trial, now that he's been found guilty of murder, all counts against him. See you guys tomorrow.